It's game 3 on day number 3 from Les Miller Field in Curtis Granderson Stadium in the 2023 MLB Nike RBI Central Regional Tournament. Ryan Sikora, Kevin Malater for the 3rd time today, 3 more after this. It's lunchtime here in Chicago and a chance to finally get our eyes on White Sox ace for the first time since opening day. They start on the defensive side of things with Sammy Castillo on the bump, facing a Detroit Tigers team 0-2, 2 tough losses, 2 hard-fought losses. They're a team that's going to grind and a team that the White Sox should not be too overconfident against.
You're exactly right. I mean, this is a team that's going to grind out every single at-bat from first pitch to the final 21st out in a ball game. And you look back at last night, I mean, the perfect example of it, they lose 3-2 in their first game to the Cleveland Guardians, Nike RBI, a team we'll have a chance to see coming up after this one. But they had the tying run at third. The bases were loaded, and they still were unable to capitalize.
Castillo throws the ball in, and it's Ricky Collazo, who's his battery mate today. At the plate is E.J. Gregory, who swings and misses on that one. Keith Smith Jr., the center fielder, is on deck, and Jordan Jones rounds out the 3-due up for the Tigers in this top of the first. Gregory is the shortstop for Detroit. That one's a little outside. Sammy Castillo, he's a big kid on that bump.
Yeah, he is, and what he does is he throws a lot of fastballs. He's going to throw it for his first pitch. He'll throw it for his out pitch. He will throw it in any single count.
Castillo works from the first base side. It's chopped into the outfield for a base hit by E.J. Gregory. Gregory's going to turn for 2, showing off the speed. E.J. Gregory slides in, a leadoff double in the first, and Detroit in business.
I mean, he's a guy that yesterday really stood out to us in terms of just the speed in which he runs at. He is so quick, and that's the thing. Like, the second that ball leaves his bat, he's already halfway down the line. That's how quick he is. I mean, the speed is just something that you cannot mess around with whatsoever.
Detroit team that was right on the cusp of a win last night against Cleveland had the bases juiced in the last inning. Heartbreaker struck out looking to end the game, and then they had to come immediately over change fields as the bunt is dropped by Smith Jr. Castillo fields it, and there's a collision on the base path. The ball comes out. Smith Jr.'s headed for second. Gregory's on third. Smith Jr. trying to slide around the tag, and he does! Tricky, but good. Gracious, Detroit.
My goodness. I mean, how in the world was he saved twice? Twice. I mean, credit there to the hustle there of Smith Jr. on that play. I mean, he was out of the box, a hard 90 on a bunt attempt. That was by design. Try to see if you can force a throwing error there at first base. The collision occurs as the ball carries into the baseline. Thankfully, it appears that all parties are okay. But man, oh man, this is the start that they needed. They needed something like this to get going.
E.J. Gregory gets a double that really looked like a single at first, and then Keith Smith turns a routine throw from the pitcher to the first baseman into extra bases. And now they've got runners on second and third with nobody out for Jordan Jones, the third baseman in the 3 spot. I guess this is how you wake up. There was an expectation that maybe Detroit, down in the dumps perhaps after 2 tough losses yesterday, well, they've come out swinging and flying. And Jones takes a big cut. So I think the official score on that Smith Jr. play is going to be a single as he legged out the throw and advanced from there, and they call a balk on Castillo. So it's 1-0 Detroit. E.J. Gregory comes in, steps on the plate, and the Tigers have a 1-0 lead.
I mean, that's about as good of a start as you can possibly ask for if you're a member of the Tigers Nike RBI program. Get a couple of early base runners on, put some pressure on the pitcher Castillo, and then the balk happens.
I don't think we had that one on the docket.
No, I don't think we did either.
Meanwhile, it's 3-1 to Jordan Jones. Nathan Sullivan's the designated hitter in the on-deck circle, and it's a 5-pitch walk to the third baseman. Runners go to the corners, still nobody away in the first.
And this is how you beat this White Sox ace side. These type of at-bats right here are just so crucial that you never really know kind of how they're going to play out and how they will favor you or not favor you. And so far, it's been good at-bat after good at-bat.
Slapped by Sullivan down the third base line and foul. Tough start for Castillo. Almost threw one away and then has the balk. The runner goes, and Jordan Jones stands up at second, puts both guys in scoring position. So it's Smith Jr. at third, and the third baseman, Jordan Jones, in at second for Nathan Sullivan on an 0-2 count. Castillo. Swing and a miss from Sullivan, and there's an early K, maybe to get the juices flowing for Sammy.
Yeah, and that was a great pitch there over the outside corner. Kind of blew away that heat right by him. Good response there after giving up the early run.
Lefty is the first baseman, Cole Waterman. Slender for a first baseman. He can fly. Saw some of that display of speed against the Cubbies last night. And the righty-lefty matchup as Waterman shakes hands with the umpire. I've not seen anybody do that today. I like it. 1-0. Swing and a miss from Waterman.
Who says this isn't a gentleman's game?
Many people. Not you and I will tell you that. Rest of the lineup is Deshaun Williams. He's on deck. Then Davion Williams is the catcher. He bats 7th. Adrian Epps, the left fielder, bats 8th. And Darnell Kemp, the pitcher, will round it out. Time was called by Waterman. Defensive alignment around Castillo and Collazo, the catcher, is Weathers. At third base, Barboza, Cheney, and Castro move the rest of the infield left to right. Flowers, Thomas, and Essex are the outfield in that same order. And it's 2-1 for big Sammy Castillo. Hard throwing righty for the White Sox ace. That ball is connected by Waterman. It's a flare out to center. It's claimed by Thomas, and a long throw in is going to be off the plate. And Keith Smith Jr. is in to make it a 2-0 game. Jordan Jones holds at second, but the first two guys to come to the plate today for Detroit in the batter's box have walked all the way around to give the Tigers an early lead.
And here's something that they really succeeded with in last night's game against the Cubs, that they got those early base runners and they got those early runs across against a Chicago team that was trying to get some momentum. They scored the first 2 runs in that game as well before the Cubs ended up tying it and then coming from behind and end up winning that ball game 6-3.
Bats are hot. Deshaun Williams, the right fielder, lines one foul. They came out swinging last night, as you say. They just couldn't maintain it down the stretch. There were some injury issues with Detroit yesterday. Runner goes, and Williams pops one foul even further down the left field line, and Jordan Jones is going to have to jog on back to second. That one's down the third base line and into the dugout this time here at Curtis Granderson, home of the University of Illinois Chicago Flames. of the Missouri Valley Conference, I believe.
They are, yeah.
Formerly of the Horizon League. The 0-2 upstairs from Castillo.
And by the way, I love how his dugout was chirping him after that foul ball in the dugout, going, hey, go that way, in reference to hitting that ball out to right center field.
He's been late on everything so far. 2 outs in the inning. Castillo trying to limit the damage, and he does with a strikeout swinging. They will tag him for measure, but that's a second K of the opening frame. Tigers put on 2. We'll see the White Sox ace club when we come back. Bottom half of the first inning, 2 runs in the top half for the Tigers. They lead this White Sox ace team from the south side of Chicago 2-0. And here comes the Sox. It's Ezra Essex, the right fielder, then Kamari Thomas in center. Ricky Collazo, the catcher, the 3 due up to open up for the Sox. This their 3rd game of the tournament. They have 1 win and 1 tie against their north side rivals on opening night. That's good enough to have them tied with the Cubs for 3rd in this Midwest Regional bracket of 18U baseball. The pitcher for Detroit, number 1, Darnell Kemp.
Yeah, and Kemp pitched last night and then came out due to injuries, so we'll see how he's going to do tonight.
And the first one here is a rifle from Ezra Essex out into left for a base hit.
We're welcome the ball game and welcome back Kemp.
Always important to start strong.
Yeah. And that's a good piece right there by Essex. Got advantage of a fastball that was left over the heart of the plate by Kemp. Good piece of metal on it and drove it out to left field. Good start there for White Sox. Nike RBI.
Kamari Thomas will step into the batter's box. You mentioned all the injuries for Detroit. That was their 2nd loss on the Friday yesterday. They fell to 0-2. They're currently 7th in the bracket. One of only 2 teams without a win so far, after Indianapolis Circle City picked up a result earlier this morning. Kemp, the lefty, looks it off, and he's got the advantage there, being able to face first base. Lost the first one heartbreaking fashion. The second one, the Cubs came from behind to beat them. Kemp tries to throw off Essex again, who's clearly causing some trouble. We saw the speed at the top of the lineup for Detroit in the top half of this inning, and clearly Ezra Essex has the Tigers on the worry. Kemp will focus on the batter, goes inside to Kamari Thomas. Thomas the center fielder, then Collazo on deck, he's the catcher. Savion Flowers is the left fielder. Angel Castro bats fifth from third base. Joey Barboza is the shortstop. Torrey Cheney. The DH is Moises Vasquez batting eighth, and Jonah Weathers rounds it out. Angel Castro had a heck of a day yesterday. They're going to try and get the runner from first to shortstop, and he's safe in there. And E.J. Gregory's not happy with the call, but Ezra Essex snags second.
I mean, that's a tough play right there, especially with the Tigers. I think he maybe, the ball definitely beat him there, but the question is, though, what happens to that right foot? I think that right foot of Essex maybe snuck in there underneath the tag of Gregory at short. And so that's going to bring a discussion here, but the ball definitely beat him. There's no question about it. I think the tag might have been a little bit too high up the body, and the foot was able to sneak underneath it.
So as it stands, Ezra Essex in at second with a stolen bag. Heads up from Waterman to pick it up and fire it over. The shortstop Gregory slid on in and had a chance, maybe should have made the play.
And it's all about the question, though, like he's trying to catch and tag at the same time. Sometimes when you do that, but sometimes to leave it high. I think he got him, but that tag was a little bit high up, and he might have gotten the foot underneath it. I'm not 100% sure. I think he might have been out, but, you know, it's a bang-bang play, and from a certain angle, it probably looks like, based on the timing of the tag, that he could be safe.
Our umpire crew in pink agrees with you, Kevin, and Ezra Essex is in scoring position. Kamari Thomas, it's not a lot of pitches that he's seen. He shows bunt. It's perfectly placed down the line. It's just going to go foul, though. That's great catching behind home plate from Davion Williams. It looked like Jordan Jones at third was going to charge on in and scoop it up, and Williams said, no, no, no.
Exactly what you're supposed to do in that scenario by Williams. Call off the defense and make sure no one touches that ball. Let it roll. Traditionally, when you see a bunt going that close to the line, you let it roll for as long as possible and see where you can touch it. The second that ball is no longer touching that chalk, or, well, I guess printed paint turf here, you immediately touch it so that it can't roll back fair.
1-1 after the foul ball. They show bunt again. This one's even better. It's right up the middle. Williams is going to have a chance, and did they get him? They say they did. But he does his job and moves Ezra Essex to third base with only one out.
Nice piece of hitting there by Thomas. Did not get discouraged. That ball was played perfectly by Kemp in the infield as they get him at first base.
First offering from the lefty Kemp to Ricky Collazo. He's the catcher. Another very large human being. That one's rifled. It's out into center. Underneath it is Smith Jr. and charging in to make it a 2-1 game comes Ezra Essex. And the Sox ace team half the deficit.
Unselfish baseball right there from the White Sox in that scenario. Back-to-back batters, and Thomas and Collazo both being the unselfish role. They weren't trying to be the hero. They weren't trying to get the base hit. They knew their jobs. They knew their responsibilities, and they did them and succeeded at them. Credit to them for being team players there. Exactly what you want to see in these type of tournaments when you're trailing by a couple of runs.
First pitch swung on again. It's out towards the third baseman. Gathering it is Jones. It's another close one there, but they got him in time. Down goes Savion Flowers, and White Sox get one back. It's 2-1 Detroit. We're through one on the Windy City Sports Network. Seven, 8, 9 in the top of the second for Detroit. Davion Williams, the catcher, leads us off. It's still Sammy Castillo on the hill. Adrian Epps and the pitcher Darnell Kemp will take us to the bottom of the lineup card here in inning number 2. 2 runs in the first for Detroit. Leadoff double from Gregory, and then Keith Smith with some fine base running on a single and a throwaway that allowed him to go to 2. The rest of the way, it was pretty clean. We had a sacrifice fly from Cole Waterman that drove in Smith Jr. at the end of the day. A balk that scored Gregory. Wild first inning, only yielded 2 runs, and Sammy Castillo needs to settle in.
Yeah, how he's going to do that is by establishing the fastball. You've seen 2 quick strikes here with his fastball.
That one tipped off, and Williams stays alive.
And why he was so successful is that the fastball had some late run and late tail to it, and so hitters were having a hard time getting to it and touching it in that extra inning game on Thursday night against Chicago Cubs Nike RBI.
Oh, 2 again. Swung on, and once again, Williams is on top of it. That one's behind the catcher. At the plate, that's batting, that is.
And what they do so well as the Detroit team, as well as this White Sox team, is just they don't back down, neither one of them. This is going to be a battle for 7 innings, 21 outs. That first inning was any indicator we're in for a fun battle here today.
That one's lifted into left center. That's going to get down for extra bases, turning for 2. Here comes Davion Williams. It's a good cutoff, but the second baseman lost the ball. Slips under the glove of Torrey Chaney. And they'll call it 2 for Davion Williams, the catcher.
And that was just awesome, awesome stuff right there from Davion Williams. Fastball down and away, and he somehow got enough on it to not only get it with the barrel of the bat, but drive that ball into the left center field gap. You don't see that too often when you're taking a fastball down and away from you.
They'll give him a courtesy runner. That's Ace Royster. Detroit Edison High School class of 24. Brings up Adrian Epps, the left fielder. Back-to-back innings with a leadoff double. They'll go bunt on this one. It worked the last time. Castillo throw on the money, and it's Royster who advances to third, 90 feet away, only one out. Detroit executing small ball perfectly, and again, those leadoff doubles help.
Yeah, leadoff doubles help, but just like the White Sox, it's unselfish baseball. It's really what it comes down to. This is an unselfish team. They all play for each other. And you can hear some fans after the play was made at first base to retire Epps. They're saying, hey, way to do a job. Way to do your job. And now they're in a position to expand their lead.
And the last time the bunt was scooped up by the catcher in the bottom of the first, that was Kamari Thomas, who made the play for Detroit. This time it's the pitcher for the White Sox, Castillo. Swing and a miss from Darnell Kemp, the pitcher, the lefty. He's quickly behind.
You didn't take my spot, did you?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm messing with you, this whole thing.
Kemp chops one slowly to the shortstop. They'll go home with it. Tag is in time. Heads up stuff from Barboza at short. And on the fielder's choice, Detroit stays scoreless.
What a play right there. Made on the left side of that infield. A fielder's choice. And it's a nice play there made overall on both ends of it. Good job by Collazo for not blocking the play until he absolutely had to as well.
And they'll courtesy run for Kemp, the pitcher. That's Chris Woods. Healthy leadoff for Woods, and we're back to the top of the lineup with E.J. Gregory. Opened us up with a double an inning ago.
I like that curveball right there from Castillo. The good break there. Hasn't shown it that much yet, but you best believe that he's going to be going to that a lot more.
It is 2-0. That one's upstairs, and up off the saddle went Collazo. And they give him a walk. Woods goes to second. Gregory reaches for the second time in as many innings.
Let's go.
And it's Keith Smith Jr. Singled and scored. Swing and a miss. You've got Darnell Kemp's courtesy runner, Chris Woods. There because of a fielder's choice where they threw the guy out at home, and Gregory, who just got on via the walk. Castillo's one out away, though, from keeping this one a run-score game. That's another strike. That's that breaking piece you were talking about.
Just looks like it drops off a table or something. The way how quickly it drops.
Smith Jr. does well to keep alive and foul it back. Detroit playing with a lead yet again. Third straight game they've done that. Here in the early innings. Upstairs. Same thing in Castillo, who was ahead 0-2, is now level at 2-2 with 2 outs. Tigers ahead 2-1 in the top of the second.
Well, you want me to finish that there for you.
I was looking at you.
Inning number 2.
There you go.
Finish. Standing up. Finish.
Which is also, deuces are wild, Kevin. They were at least. Now we go full. 2 on, third base is open. Castillo on the payoff. Smith Jr. doesn't bite, and it's another walk, and the bases are full for Jordan Jones.
And that right there is simply because Castillo's not finishing whatsoever. You need to be able to finish down, and he's finishing up. Essentially what that means is that his release point is very late right now, and he is struggling to find the strike zone.
An early mound meeting to go talk to Castillo. Can't fathom they pull him this soon. But certainly a big spot with the bases loaded and 2 outs. This is worth a discussion.
And that's exactly about what I'm talking about. He literally just pointed at release point and kind of did the fluttering motion, showing how high the baseball is going. So it's all about release point, fixing that release point if you're Sammy Castillo right now. Big spot for him here.
And it's all about his mechanics, what he's doing on the mound. There's no tactical talk overall, right?
No, it's all about the pitcher in that scenario. The reason why he went out there is because he's lost him. Last 2 batters to be a walk, so it's all about just the tactical adjustments that you have to make as a pitcher while you're out there on the mound. And right now it's about release point. You can see right there kind of him practicing a follow-through before he stows the rubber.
Jordan Jones, the batter. It's upstairs again from Sammy Castillo.
What you want to do is you want to get on top of the baseball. And what you want essentially is to come over and release it out here. Right about here is where you want to release it. So that way essentially the ball's trickling out and coming down with your follow-through. Sometimes right now what's happening is he's releasing it up here, and that ball, as you can see, even with a slight follow-through, is like going up here.
The here that Cavan is referring to, where Castillo should be releasing it, is a little bit just beyond
It's
his
essentially,
head.
he's releasing with his arm straight up in the air, vertical almost.
He needs to be a little more
He needs to be more
diagonal.
Yes, he needs to be more diagonal to the ground. So imagine his arm. His arm's essentially 90 feet. It creates a parallel XY axis. He needs to be about 45-degree angle.
See if he can find it. 3-1 with 2 away. He can't. He misses upstairs again and walks in a runner. The base is still juiced, and in to score comes Chris Woods, the courtesy runner for the pitcher, Darnell Kemp. That's a 3-1 lead for Detroit. Gregory goes to third. Smith Jr. goes to second. And Jordan Jones is the 3rd straight walk for Sammy Castillo, who can't get the release point right. And this time he goes breaking ball down low and away to the cleanup hitter, Nathan Sullivan.
Because when that happens, naturally, when you're throwing, you naturally want to release it essentially not vertically, so your arm's not straight up and like parallel with the ground, but you want to make sure that it's still, because too far out in front, if your arm is essentially like this, where it's like essentially like parallel to the ground.
Is that even more true for someone who's got the size and can really attack downhill?
Yes.
Like Castillo can, as the catcher almost threw one away. And Gregory thought about going for home. He didn't. The bases stayed loaded. It's a 2-0 count.
Yeah, and it's essentially more crucial for a guy like him because naturally you're working up more as a taller pitcher. You have to focus on finishing down more. It's a problem that a lot of taller pitchers have because naturally you think, oh, well, you're taller means you have a shorter wingspan. Sure, it means you have a shorter time to get to the plate, but also means, though, that you come down further as a pitcher because if you try to throw it normally or at your normal height, that ball's sailing to the backstop every time.
Count is actually 2-1 as Sullivan smacks one. Well foul behind the press box here at Curtis Granderson. It's 2 apiece with 2 outs. Same scenario as a couple of moments ago. Gregory at third. Smith Jr. at second. And Jordan Jones is at first. Nathan Sullivan, the designated hitter, swings and misses, and Sammy Castillo gets out of it, strands 3. Tigers get another run. It's 3-1, middle of the second here on WCSN. Bottom half of the second inning. Same crew out there for Detroit on the defensive side. Kemp, the lefty, still on the bump. It's Angel Castro, the first baseman. Joey Barboza, the shortstop. And Torrey Cheney is his middle infield partner at second. Those are the 3 due up. That one gets away from Kemp. That was gnarly back to the backstop and hit the net. And we have a Tigers family member deciding they're going to get out of the way.
Even though it's the protective net in there, they're like, I want no part of that.
I wouldn't either. I was sitting down there earlier, and there was one that came back and hit the concrete just below the netting, and you could feel it. The hair stood up on the back of your neck, and you had to figure it out from there. 3-1 lead for Detroit. For the first time in 2 years, it feels like Sox Ace are in trouble in a regional game.
Yeah, and it's frankly because they're a differently constructed team than they were last year, a couple years ago, but specifically last year. Last year they were just dominant. They dominated everyone. Well, here they dominated everyone down, Dodgers down. The big story, though, is that last year the offense carried the load, and they had really good pitching last year, which is how they were able to beat a lot of teams 16-0 and whatnot. But the offense had so many superb players. Some of them are, part of the high school next All-American group, and so on and so forth. But they could outslug you. This year, they don't have the power to necessarily do that, so you're relying on their pitching. And while the pitching staff's been good, you still need the offense to come and support you every once in a while, which currently has not been the case thus far.
Fair to say they have the best staff out of the 8 teams here, but you're playing with fate a little bit when you don't have the bats to consistently put runs across the board.
Exactly right. Because at some point, the pitching staff's just going to lose its edge. It happens. It's part of the game of baseball. I mean, guys get tired. Guys get fatigued. Some guys just don't have it on certain days. You wake up and you just don't have your stuff. And that's part of the game of baseball. But when that happens, you need your offense to back you up and step up for you.
We've seen a lot of teams have fun with the aggressive side in the batter's box, swinging early. We've not seen the White Sox do too much of that. There's a swing and a miss from Barboza. Is maybe that a way to get out of it for them offensively? Find a way to just get a little more aggressive on the base path with stealing, but also maybe start swinging earlier in the at-bats?
I think it's more trying to get station-to-station baseball. I think they have some speed. I think the speed in the order right now is just not there. As Barbosa goes down swinging on a upstairs fastball from Kemp. Good pitch there. He finished well. Got him to change the eye levels. But, yeah, I think it's just one of those things where it's like you need to focus on each pitch. Don't try to run into outs on this base pass. This Detroit team has very good defensively. The one thing they really excel at is playing great defense. The 8 guys that surround the pitcher are always locked in on every pitch, no matter what the scoreboard says.
This is the second baseman, Torrey Cheney. Solid lead off for Castro at first base. That one's in there for a strike. And it's 1-1 with 1 out. Ground ball up the middle could result in a double play to get Detroit out of the inning. They lead 3-1. That one's going right towards second, scooped up. They've got 1. They've got a chance at 2, and they get both. The Tigers look pretty darn good. It's Saturday afternoon. We're having fun. We're past lunch. We're moving on. 3-1 Detroit through 2. Top of the third from Les Miller Field at Curtis Granderson Stadium on the campus of the University of Illinois, Chicago. Ryan Sikora, Kevin Malater on WCSN for the 2023 MLB Nike RBI Central Regional Tournament. It's Cole Waterman, Deshaun, and Davion Williams. The 3 due up in this inning. Sammy Castillo still trying to figure out that launch angle, and that time he followed all the way through and down for strike number 1 to Waterman.
Sometimes what helps a pitcher in that scenario when that's happening, you want to be able, yes, he pulls back the bunt here. You want to be able as a pitcher to, there's a drill that you can sometimes do where you would stand up on a ladder and you do 2 things. It either works in 2 ways. It's either can be your pitch grips or you can work on your pitch tunneling.
That one's hit towards second. It's scooped up by the second baseman and tagging it out. That's good stuff from Torrey Cheney on the defensive side. And there's 1 up, 1 down. Maybe that's big. Castillo trying to find some rhythm here in the third. Go back to your thought.
But so what you want as a pitcher is you go up essentially on a ladder or in a place where you have like something above you, like a roof or like something like a windowsill or like an open window, and you just want to practice your release point. And if you hit the roof, or if the ball hits in front of the roof on the open point of it, or any point of it, you're too high and your release points can be high and late. If it's your fingers grazing it, that means you're in the right spot.
That one hit into left, underneath it, making a diving play. Flowers, 2 up, 2 down, and there we go.
Exactly right, 2 up, 2 down. Castillo needs a quick getting out here right now. Get some of that momentum. You are the home team in this game. You're in your own city right now, despite not being the host team. You're still playing in your own city right now. You have a lot of your home fans here. Get them into this game.
Savion Flowers with a nice play out and left. And the White Sox are the home team this game for the first time of this tournament, at least on the actual board itself. They've been the away team twice, which was not supposed to happen. Day one, your first game or your second game, you were supposed to have at least
one home,
one away. What is going on here with the man at the plate? He just took the first 2 pitches. Davion Williams has left the bat on his shoulders and this time swings. He had almost his higher hand, his left hand, almost on the barrel of the bat, and he had his other hands way away, just holding it on his shoulders.
Well, he's already choked up right now,
He's
too.
very choked up. What he was doing earlier was a little different. He gets contact on that one, flared out into right. Is it going to drop down underneath? No, it's Essex in. It's 3 up, 3 down. We'll talk a little bit more about the White Sox, the peculiar predicament with home and away after the break. In the middle of the 3rd inning here at Curtis Granderson Stadium, Les Miller Field, and we're in a lightning delay. Just announced, so we'll hang out for 30 minutes and wait. It's a 3-1 lead for the Tigers over the White Sox. Ryan Sikora, Kevin Malater here. We were going to go to the break and tell you a story. The White Sox ace team, this is their first home game, game number 3. Everybody over the first 2 games was supposed to play 1 home, 1 away, and the White Sox, based on a poor scheduling thing, I think, ended up with 2 away games.
Yeah.
And so when they went down there, Game 3 was supposed to be decided via a coin toss, kind of football-esque, if you ask me. And they went down for the coin toss, and the White Sox coach came up to the guy who was in charge of the coin toss. We'll call him the master of ceremonies for sake of it, and said, hey, we haven't had a home game yet. So master of ceremonies goes over, talks to the Tigers for not even 20 seconds. He goes, hey, Sox haven't had a home game yet. You mind letting them be the home team? Detroit, without fail, does something that I don't think a lot of teams in the country would do, and goes, yeah, sure, they can be the home team. We'll be the away team. It's an advantage to be the home team, obviously. You get to bat last. You get the last shot at everything. And Detroit says, yeah, go ahead. That's sportsmanship. It's what RBI is all about.
Yeah, I know. It's the perfect example of that is now Detroit is taking the field here, which is interesting because we're in a delay. I got it.
We'll see what happens as Kevin's going to go let the master of ceremonies know. As they're trying to figure it out. Detroit, at the very least, is getting warm. Tony Kemp is, or Darnell Kemp, rather, not Tony Kemp. Darnell Kemp is keeping that left arm of his warm. And I guess the umpires, what looks like they were confused. They let the players back onto the field because they felt like it was just a brief delay, and it's actually a 30-minute delay. I don't think they were definitely aware that it's a 30-minute delay. I don't think they were aware of what the delay actually was for. And now that they know it's lightning, now they know the protocol, now they know what's going on. Detroit is exiting the field of play, and the White Sox are joining them as well as there's a little bit of rain starting to trickle.
Yeah, so this is now a scenario here as now there is a little bit of rainfall here as these two teams had a delay. But yeah, no, credit to Detroit, you know, for being a good sport. I mean, this is about crafting and, you know, changing and molding young men and women in this country. And what Detroit put on display today is something that's really, really admirable as an entire coaching staff. So credit to them.
As the rain starts to fall, we'll take a break. We'll go to a weather delay-induced commercial. 3-1 Detroit, middle of the third on WCSN. play ball again. We've been on a weather delay for over 2 hours, it feels like, almost 3 full. It's been a long, long day with a weather delay in the middle. This is game number 3 of the 2023 MLB Nike RBI Central Regional in Chicago, Illinois on the Windy City Sports Network. Ryan Sikora, Cav, and later. Cav, 2.5 plus hours of break. We had some guys in the dugouts for a long time. Some of them went back to the buses for a long time. Lots of different ways to treat this. We've got a 3-1 game as we enter the bottom of the third. It all started, the Tigers got out pretty quick, 2 runs in the first and a run in the second. And the Chicago White Sox club had a run of their own in the first inning. But the pitchers were just starting to get into their groove in this one, it seemed like. And then they were pulled away from this game. I doubt we see them after 2.5 hours off.
Yeah, at first when this delay first started, we're thinking, okay, half hour, you're likely going to see both starters come back out there, Kemp for Detroit, and then Castillo for Chicago. But after 3 hours, it's about now starting anew again. The pitchers will have to go through their routines again. Now, granted, 3 hours is more than enough time for them to go through their routines again, but you likely are just going to pull them at this point. Don't add any more pitch to their pitch count. See if they can possibly come back tomorrow or tonight, depending on their next pool play game. And I think that's going to be crucial to see kind of how these two teams navigate the pitching staffs the rest of the way. This is still going to be a 7-inning game despite some other changes across the tournament. But what's important is that you keep up the pitching staff and, make sure all the guys are healthy and safe.
And also before we went to that break, right, it seemed like the Sox were just starting to get a little bit of momentum.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's why this break almost helped Detroit in a sense, because the Sox had all the momentum going into that break. After a couple of innings in which they put up a run, they held Detroit to a scoreless frame there. A very quick inning after threatening. They got all that momentum back that they possibly lost as being the home team. And then the break happens, and then all of a sudden it's just that lull of, oh, man, we're not going to play for a while. And Detroit can feel it. They're in the lead right now. They were so happy. They were, like, bouncing up and down as they were going back to their buses. They were pumped, and they were ready to go, and they came back out, and they were fired up when they walked back on the field.
They seemed the team that had a little bit more adrenaline. We were looking at them in their dugouts during the 30 minutes they were allowed to come back, hang out in the dugouts before they were allowed to take the field, playing games, having some fun. Is there any sort of go-to for guys inside the dugout or inside the pen in some cases where you're trying to stay warm or even stay mentally sharp?
Well, I'll start with the bullpen guys. The bullpen guys are always different because you're always, just kind of the oddballs out of sorts. You're always kind of off on your own right now, just hanging out. And so a lot of the time you'll either play fun competitions, fun games. Sometimes you'll do the whole bullpen bowling, where you just roll a baseball down, try to see how many pins you knock over. That's one of my favorite games, just to play out in the bullpen during those rain delays. And then in the dugout right now, it's a lot of stretching, it's a lot of sitting, and also it's just a lot of relaxation as well. You just kind of sit, you relax, you kind of take a deep breath, you focus kind of on just what you did well, what you did poorly, and just how you can readjust.
My favorite one is when they take the ball, they write a message on it, and they throw it across. I always like
that. Okay, we also did tic-tac-toe a lot in the dugouts, too. We would do the whole tic-tac-toe where you take an old, dirtied-up baseball that you're never going to use in a game. You probably won't even practice with it. You get out a good old Sharpie, you make it, you throw the first ball, and you just say tic-tac-toe, and you throw the ball across the other dugout, and then you play back and forth. That's my favorite.
Did you ever win?
I won on several occasions, yes.
Better than most, I guess. We'll go to a quick break. It's the middle of the third. We're going to come back bottom 3. We might come back before then. We'll see. It's White Sox 1, Tigers 3, perhaps an upset brewing in the Windy City at the University of Illinois, Chicago. Welcome back to Les Miller Field, Curtis Granderson Stadium, Chicago, Illinois. It's the 2023 MLB Nike RBI Central Regional. It's an opportunity for two teams to get going again after a nearly 3-hour weather delay. They've been spending the last couple of moments warming up or so. We think we're maybe anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes from the start of this game. Darnell Kemp is in the bullpen for the Detroit Tigers team. He was the starting pitcher, so after his long delay, they've elected to keep him. On the far side in the left center field, there's another bullpen, and that is the Chicago White Sox ace bullpen. And that does not look like Sammy Castillo. It's a lefty who is much, much smaller, so it looks like we're going to have two teams going with two different strategies, which already kind of makes this game a little more intriguing.
Yeah, the Kemp strategy to me is very interesting. I think at this point, we all kind of thought that depending on the length of the delay, that ball starters could come back. But after 3+ hours, you're thinking, all right, all the starters are gone. You're not going to waste any more pitches. There are two guys they could possibly turn to in a fourth pool play game or possibly a title game tomorrow if you were to get there. That mainly being in the conversation right now for Chicago White Sox, Nike RBI, and the ACE program. But Detroit's still mathematically alive as of right now. So that's where it brings the question, though, of Detroit right now is still playing for their lives. So I think that might be why they're sticking with Kemp. Meanwhile, this White Sox team is like, hey, Castillo threw the ball pretty well. We can save his pitches, and we can go with a completely different starter in this game, too.
And we did talk a little bit. He threw the ball pretty well, but he did struggle at times with that high release point. So maybe it's also the fact that Kemp was going a little bit better than Castillo was. You're going to ride the hot hand. Castillo was good, but not super good, and that's maybe one of the differences there. And also worth noting that maybe a little bit more time for the new pitcher for the White Sox once we can get an ID on the number to warm up, but he's not going to use that. He's going to have to come in now. And we're probably about 3 or 4 minutes away. We'll take you through the lineups once again for both teams if there's no changes post-weather delay. For Detroit, E.J. Gregory led it off. He doubled and scored. Keith Smith Jr. had a single and a score also in the first inning. Jordan Jones bats third. Nathan Sullivan's the designated hitter batting fourth. Cole Waterman is the third baseman. Then Deshaun Williams and Davion Williams. That's the right fielder Deshaun and the catcher Davion. Adrian Epps, the right fielder, batting eighth. And Darnell Kemp, the pitcher, the aforementioned starter today, began the day in ninth for Detroit. They have 3 runs. They have been able to put together enough on the defensive side to look pretty good, including a double play.
Yeah, and that's really what's been the saving grace for this side so far. This White Sox team had some momentum in that second inning with a leadoff walk, but then after a strikeout and a big at-bat, a long at-bat in which Cheney was grabbing more and more momentum, an inning 4-6-3 double play. This Tigers team, we talked about it a little bit at the beginning, way back, now I can say this, a couple of hours ago during the beginning of this game, that they're going to be very sound defensively. This is going to be one of the better defensive teams across the tournament. We've seen it over their first 2 games, and the defense has been on display again, and it was highlighted by that inning-ending double play in the second.
And for the White Sox, their lineup looked like this. Ezra Essex, the right fielder, led it off for Chicago. He singled, stole a bag, and then scored in the first inning. That made it a 2-1 game. Everybody else has not really had a ton of success. Kamari Thomas batted second. Ricky Collazo had the sacrifice fly to score Essex. And Savion Flowers, the left fielder, bats fourth. Angel Castro batted fifth. Joey Barbosa's the shortstop. He struck out. He's the 6th guy. And Torrey Cheney's the man who hit into the 4-6-3 double play, batting 7th. We believe, as we are slated to, it should be Moises Vasquez, the designated hitter, to lead us off. He's got a bat in his hands on the bottom right of your screen. And Jonah Weathers is the third baseman. Those two should be 8, 9, and then back to the top with Essex at the number 1. They should be the 3 due up for the Chicago White Sox ace team.
Yeah, and this is an opportunity for this White Sox ace and White Sox Nike RBI program to get some momentum back. This is an opportunity here where essentially you treat this like a brand new ball game, because that's what it is. It's a 3-hour delay. It's essentially as if you played your game, you took a break because there's another game going on in this tournament, and then you're back for your own game again. So that's why I think this is really beneficial for this Tigers side or for this White Sox team in terms of, hey, look, the one thing that they have going for them is they can treat this like a brand new ball game. Meanwhile, the Tigers team, they had all the momentum. They were very positive about this rain delay, and simply the team is more positive and isn't dreading the delay is normally the team that comes out strong.
We have one more scheduled game to go here at Granderson. That's the 4 o'clock between the Cubs Nike RBI team and the Guardians Nike RBI team. Cleveland is sat in front of us, so they are here. We know Chicago was here. We see some fans here. They were supposed to throw the first pitch about an hour and 10 minutes ago. So we are about that far behind, and probably a little more so, if you can pick up what we're trying to put down. And then we're supposed to also have 2 more games after that. We've been told, and we're assuming this is the plan of attack from here on out, those last 2 games, slated as a 6:30 first pitch and an 8:30 first pitch, or somewhere around there, will be obviously pushed back. And if they are played, will likely be 5-inning games with a 2-hour time limit. They have to play this one as 7 and the next one between the Cubs and the Guardians as 7, because that way everybody will have finished 3 games all on equal playing field, playing a 7-inning rule. They can end before with the run rules and stuff like that, and the 2-hour and I believe 15-minute time limit. So we will change the rules a little for the 2 late games today. Maybe that affects you, maybe it doesn't. For the Reds and the Royals, you'll be involved in that game, I believe, later on, and we'll see what happens with this one. We're pretty much moments away, both teams meeting outside of their respective dugouts.
Yeah, I'm ready to get going again. That was 3-hour delay. Is an interesting scenario for everyone involved. You're just kind of sitting around hoping that the lightning would pass by. Obviously, you can see it's bright and sunny. It was bright and sunny for most of the day, but obviously the lightning in the area. Everyone, you want to be safe, rather be safe than sorry with these type of situations. But glad that lightning has passed, and then we can get baseball back again, because we still have this game, which is very intriguing, plus then 3 more exciting games coming up after this as well.
And you said it's an opportunity for the White Sox to get some momentum back. They went to the break with some momentum. You said Detroit would be the happier of the 2 teams, or at least the more comfortable within the break, because they have a chance to set an even playing field. But seeing Kemp take the hill here, does that give you a little bit more faith in what the White Sox might have up their sleeve?
From a White Sox perspective, yeah, because you've already seen this guy. You don't have to worry about adjusting to a new guy, because these guys are all have seen an at-bat, at least have taken an at-bat, with the exception of Vasquez as well as Weathers. They're the only 2 guys who haven't faced Kemp yet, but everyone else in this lineup card for this White Sox program has seen him, which gives them some more hope. But if you're a Tigers team right now, you're saying, hey, our guy's going back out there. No, not even a lightning delay can stop him right now. He's got the ball. We're up by 2 runs right now, and we have a chance to be in a good spot in going into the second half of this ball game to win a game against a really strong side.
Doesn't look like a lot of changes for Detroit. Catcher is still Davion Williams. Pitcher still Darnell Kemp. Ed Gregory, or E.J. Gregory. Still the shortstop. The first baseman is still Cole Waterman. The third baseman is still Jordan Jones. Second baseman, as far as we can tell, is still Clements. And left to right in the outfield is Adrian Epps in left. In center, it is still Keith Smith Jr. And in right field, it is Deshaun Williams. So no changes for Detroit, who hold a 3-1 advantage. As we get ready to start the bottom of the 3rd, at around 5:15 local time, a little over 3 hours after we went to the weather delay. This was initially a 1 o'clock first pitch. And now here we are at 5:15. Moises Vasquez, the DH, steps into the right-handed batter's box. The infield playing straight up. The outfield playing where they should. And the lefty Kemp will deal us back into this game. It's a first pitch swinging, infield playable ball for the first baseman, Waterman. And it's 1 up, 1 down, and maybe some nerves go away for Darnell Kemp.
Yeah, that's always, if you're a pitcher and you're the starter before rain delay and you have that long of a rain/lightning delay, and then you get to go back to work, you are so nervous for that first batter, because you are trying to make sure that that other team does not get any momentum whatsoever. And that's a great job by him. He attacked the strike zone early, got a guy to pop underneath a breaking ball and get that first out.
This is Jonah Weathers, the third baseman, and Kemp goes inside and just caught the inside edge of the zone. Cubs are here. They'll play in the next game. Kemp tried to go up and away on the other side and missed out. And went low and in again and missed again. It's 3-1 with one away. If you're just joining us, you missed the weather delay. If you stayed with us the whole time, we had about 10 or 12 consistently people in here. Thank you. I don't know what caused you to want to listen to the commercial music for 3 hours, but I respect it. Here's the 3-1. It's smashed high into the sky. It's going to be in foul territory. Waterman is underneath it. He's got 2 in this inning, and Cole Waterman catches another one, this time in foul territory.
And what's something that Kemp is doing, he's going breaking ball first now, and he's trying to establish his own with his breaking ball. Interesting strategy here, because a lot of times you have to use delays. A pitcher wants to make sure their fastball is working first. He doesn't care about the fastball. He's going curveball, curveball, curveball right now. He's got 2 guys to get underneath it by dropping their back shoulder and driving it right into the air.
Here's Ezra Essex, almost 3.5, maybe almost 4 hours after he had the first at-bat of this game for a White Sox player. Whether it's working or not, do you like that idea for Kemp?
I do. I think it's a brilliant strategy because a lot of the time, as a hitter, as well as a pitcher, ball for tough after delay, make sure you get your fastball back. And every hitter is going to be saying fastball most of the time. So I think it's a brilliant strategy.
It's worked so far with 2 pop-ups to first. 1-1, that one's lined into the gap in left center. That's going to get down a base hit for Ezra Essex. He had a single last time. He's turning for 2. Is the tag there? It's not. Essex in safely with a double, and that's the second close call at second base of this game.
Yeah, Clements and Gregory were really pleading their case out there up the middle. I think Essex got his foot in underneath the tag, clear as day that time, as Clements somewhat turned the wrong way. When you field that ball, you're supposed to, once you field it, and if it's away from you, you turn your body so that your back is facing right field as a second baseman. You glove it, and then you reach out for the tag. He caught it with his back, turned the back, and then tried to make a spin move and dive for the tag. And I think that's how Essex was able to slide in underneath it, because from our angle up here, I thought he was safe on first glance, too.
And we take you back. It was Essex who had the weird one in the first inning. He charged on into second, and Ed Gregory thought he had tagged him. He didn't. This time it's the second baseman, Clements, and Kemp checks him off. And we're at a 1-0 count to Kamari Thomas, who is the center fielder today and grounded into a 2-3 in the first.
That's the first time he's gone first pitch fastball here, too, since the delay.
See if a runner on has forced him to change his style. Missed on that one. Not a cloud in the backdrop. There's a couple behind us just off the screen, but the storms have all but cleared. And they'll check him again. Usually tends to happen after 3 hours of lightning delays.
Yeah.
Two-1 from Kemp. Smack down the first baseline. Waterman gets in front of it, and he did it himself this inning. It's the Cole Waterman inning. It's still 3-1 Tigers. They get a chance to get the rust off their bats when we come back for the top of the fourth. pitcher is the former center fielder, Kamari Thomas. He replaces Sammy Castillo, the hard-throwing righty. And this is where it gets interesting. The Sox decide to go a different route by changing the man on the bump.
Yeah, and this is the strategy that I thought personally that both teams were going to use coming out of this break. I mean, it just made the most sense. A near 3-hour, if not more than 3-hour, lightning delay here at Curtis Granderson. It feels just right for both teams to start the slate clean. Plus, they have 2 stars that they really liked out there. I figured, hey, 3-hour lightning delay, they're already in the middle innings. Just don't waste their pitches in their pitch count. See if you can possibly bring it back either in the 4th game tonight or possibly tomorrow if they make it.
The other changes for the Chi Sox are all in the outfield. Replacing Thomas in center field is Ezra Essex, who moves from right, as that's a fly ball out in towards Essex, the new center fielder, picking up his bearings and picking up the ball for the first out of the inning. That's Adrian Epps, the left fielder, who flies out. It's 8-9-1 in this inning for Detroit. The new right fielder is the former left fielder, Savion Flowers, and the new left fielder is the former designated hitter, Moises Vasquez. So pretty easy changes all around. Castillo sacrificed, and they are no longer using a designated hitter in this game. All the way at the back of the box was Kemp. That ball's a foul ball, straight back into the stands. It bounces once and bounces over the Granderson Stadium.
Fans got to get that. 3 people in the area, not one of them caught it, Ryan.
Epps opens up the inning with a fly ball to center. Kemp at the plate now, and E.J. Gregory in the on-deck circle. He's the leadoff hitter, and Kemp falls behind 0-2. It's 5 straight retired as a staff for the Sox. And there's a strikeout swinging. They got him to go. Good start for Kamari Thomas. And another underrated aspect, you go from hard-throwing righty to a slightly smaller, slightly slenderer left-handed pitcher. So they completely change the look as well.
Not only is mentioned that you're going from a hard-tossing right-hander to the soft-tossing lefty as well. So to change the velocity as well. So not only do you have the appearance and the arm slide is completely different, you also just have new velocity coming in and new looks. Every pitch with a soft tosser, no matter if it's a right-hand soft tosser or a left-hand soft tosser, is going to have some sort of movement on it to make up for the fact that they do not have that velocity.
Gregory flares one out. It's deep left field. It's underneath the glove. The new left fielder, Vasquez. So everybody picked up where they left off. We've had 2 clean innings. We're through the top of the 4th. Let's see what the White Sox can pull off in the bottom half. 4-5 due up in the bottom of the 4th. Ricky Collazo, the catcher. Savion Flowers, the new right fielder. And Angel Castro, the first baseman for the Chicago White Sox ace team. Trying to overcome a 3-1 deficit in a hole that we have not often seen them in over the course of our time covering this regional here in Chicago. Collazo, one of the few big bats that this team currently possesses this year. And it's still Darnell Kemp out there for the bottom of the fourth. We'll have to see if he gets back on that breaking ball opening start, because he got away from it after he allowed the double to Essex. That one's popped into the sky, and Kemp's going to call everybody off, and we've seen a lot of pop-ups now in this inning.
Yeah,
these last 2 innings, I apologize.
No, I mean, you're right, though. I mean, he's induced a lot of that weak contact, and it's because of the fact that it's the breaking ball. Now, that time he got Collazo to pop up on a fastball there, which you don't see too often, someone getting underneath a fastball, at least that weakly hit of a fastball, I should say.
First offering to Savion Flowers. Started in left, has moved over to right. Long lefty. Pants rolled all the way up.
That's the Curtis Granderson look right there.
Took a big old cut there. 1-2 with 1 out. Sun's starting to shine a little bit more now. Shadows moving from the left side of the infield, and Flowers strikes out looking. It's a good return for Darnell Kemp.
Yeah, good return. I don't know about that last call there, to be honest with you. I thought that was just a bit off the plate, to be honest with you. But hey, that's a good frame by Williams, though. If you're getting that type of call, that means the catcher's doing something right. Am I wrong with that one? I mean, but still. No, obviously, good job, though, by Kemp. He's done a nice job setting the tone for this. I guess we can say the second half of this game now. We can just call that a 3-hour halftime. There we go. We had baseball's first halftime, Ryan.
I'm here for it. I took a nap. Did you?
I did not.
Joey Barboza in the next circle. Angel Castro at the plate trying to get on so they can get to his shortstop. Castro is the first baseman, walked in the second inning. He's on a 1-1 as the lefty Kemp throws a perfect pitch in for strike 2.
Yeah, it was a really, really good pitch right there. His sequencing has been superb here.
Hasn't allowed much to happen since Essex's double. Haven't really seen anything happen other than the Ezra Essex double with 2 outs in the third. Since we've restarted, we've played quickly so far. Guys are moving fast. 1-2, chopped right back up the middle. What a gloved play by Kemp. And he's going to walk it on over, and there it is. 3 up, 3 down. A quick fourth for both teams. Tigers love the sound of that on WCSN. takes us away for the top of the 5th inning. It's Smith Jr., Jordan Jones, and Nathan Sullivan, the 3 expected to be due up. We don't know much about the lineups considering we're all still restarting here at Curtis Granderson Stadium. Ryan Sikora, Kevin Malater on the call here for you. 3-1 lead for the Tigers. Don't think I would have said that at the start of the day, and the pitcher is still Kamari Thomas. Smith Jr. is 1 for 1 today, also has a walk in the second, reached and scored off a single in the first. He at the moment represents the game-winning run. Full count.
Yeah, and for Thomas here, you know, that first inning was quick for him, and that's exactly what you wanted.
3-2 is chopped straight back by Smith. That first inning was quick, and he worked pretty well. We'll see how he adjusts as the game goes on and how the hitters, more importantly, adjust to him. That first group was probably expecting the hard-throwing righty. They got a completely different look. Now everybody that's coming up now has gotten a good look at him, at least from the dugout or even at the plate when we get around. And one smacked foul, we'll do the 3-2 once again. 8th pitch of the at-bat on the way. It's a great battle from Keith Smith Jr.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, he's sitting fastball here. You can just tell he's laid off pretty much almost every breaking ball that Thomas has thrown in this AB, and that's allowed him to just focus and seeing out whether he's looking for movement or not. If he's seeing straight ball, you're gonna hit ball.
And he's walked. A 9-pitch at-bat to start for Keith Smith. And for the 3rd time today in 3 at-bats, the Tigers center fielder finds his way onto the path and brings up Jordan Jones, who's got 2 walks of his own today.
Yeah, and he's had a couple of great at-bats. I mean, that first walk he had, he fought for. And the second walk he had, I mean, it was a pretty easy one for him. He just laid off a couple of close pitches, took a couple of obvious balls, and he got himself an RBI for that as well. And he provided by that walk a crucial insurance run in this ballgame.
Pickoff attempt over there. It's nowhere near in time, perhaps just for timing. 2-0 count to Jones. Nathan Sullivan is on deck. He's the designated hitter, and swing and a miss from Jordan. Thomas winds, and Jones lifts one high in towards the outfield. Going back is the shortstop Barboza, and that's the first out of the inning.
And right there, that's just a nice response by Thomas. He settled back in after giving up a tough leadoff walk to Smith. I mean, you said it was 9 pitches. And so as a pitcher, when you're going for that bat, you're just like, man, why won't you strike out? How did I not get you? But here, he battled back nicely for it, too.
Brings up Nathan Sullivan, 0 for 2 today, 2 strikeouts swinging. He's been the one guy in this Tigers lineup that hasn't really looked competitive quite yet. Ground ball up the middle can end the inning. And a 4-pitch walk is issued to Sullivan, so the 5th has seen Thomas take a step back from the 3-up, 3-down inning prior. A walk to Smith Jr., a pop-up to the shortstop in shallow left field, and a walk to Sullivan puts 2 on with 1 away for Cole Waterman, the first baseman.
Yeah, and if this is buckle down time for Thomas, he needs to get a ground ball here. Keep going to that breaking ball, but in order to get that breaking ball for a ground ball and induce that possible double play ball, you need to make sure it's over at least the heart of the plate most of the way.
Smith Jr.'s got speed. He's got a healthy leadoff right now. The lefty pull power of Waterman would probably score him with a base hit. That's going to find its way into the glove of the second baseman, Clement. Sox trying to turn two. They won't throw it, but they'll try and get Smith Jr. the other way, and they almost did. That's the third one that looked like an out but wasn't called. It's very clear where the umpires are siding with.
Yeah, and I think they're going to come together to discuss this one, and the infield umpire is immediately walking over the home plate umpire. Home plate umpire in that scenario, I think, has the better angle on that play because the infield umpire has to turn and spin and watch that throw. So it's going to be very interesting to see if they overrule it, and they overturn the call.
So Cole Waterman grounds into a double play, but he's safe at first on a fielder's choice. It goes first to the second baseman, so 4, 6, and then 5 to end this top of the 5th inning. We'll go to the bottom. That's a big momentum boost for the Chi Sox. Barboza, Torrey Chaney, and Moises Vasquez. 3-2 up, and Darnell Kemp's still out there. They're riding the wave of him in the bottom of the 5th. It's the shortstop Barboza. Chaney is the second baseman, and Vasquez is the new left fielder. There's a strike call by our home plate umpire. They're still wearing pink. I thought they might change after the weather delay. No, I'm serious.
I think they're going to ride it out.
Barboza pushes one straight back over the press box and falls behind 1 and 2.
I don't know if they're allowed to change, though, mid-game. I don't think they are.
That would be a baseball rule. Like I respectfully say that would be a baseball rule. Hey, you can't change the umpire outfit
during a game. You can change in between games, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm not, like I said, I don't think it's a rule, but like, I'm not sure if they're allowed to do it or not. Looking off screen at Austin Kroom right now, and Austin Kroom's just kind of shaking his head at me.
I'm tapping Austin. Research team, get on something here. 2-2. Swing and a miss from Barboza, and that's a big strikeout from Kemp. He's got counted up 1, 2, 3 on the day. 2 swinging, 1 looking. And he has retired 5 consecutive as Torrey Chaney, the second baseman, comes up. 0 for 1, grounded into a double play in the second inning. That one paints the outside. That's a good pitch that Kemp has when he chooses to go to that breaking ball.
It really is. I mean, just it's the motion plus it's the changing of the eye levels. It's a good pitch.
0-2, flared out into foul territory down the right field line, and I believe there's some Cleveland Guardians over there. Stats and information returned with no dice.
It's not allowed?
I don't know if he determined that it's allowed or if you're wrong, but I got a shake of the head. That one straight back to Kemp, and Darnell Kemp is living it up in the city. Chicago's own are down 3-1. The Tigers in front through 5, and there's 2 innings to go. And I thought we were through because Barboza went out swinging, and it felt like Cheney's out was forever, and we're all over the place, and Moises Vasquez is coming up. That was honestly, I got lost in the sauce of the umpire uniform conversation there.
You know what's crazy?
It's still all correct. I mean, we're still living in his world.
That was a beautiful call to go to break, too.
Hey, we're still living in his world. I'm still right. He's been really good. The last 4 batters have been strikeout, 1-3, strikeout, 1-3. That one paints the outside of the zone as well.
Calling it. Strikeout.
He's calling it strikeout. We'll see. Here's the 0-1. That one, same spot, different pitch, and it's 0-2.
Austin's telling me to either pick swinging or looking, I think. Swinging.
That's the safe choice. 0-2.
Oh, could have been.
He called it up. Kemp was halfway home to the dugout.
Oh, it could have been.
That was a pretty pitch. I don't know if he'll throw a better one in this at-bat.
Easily could have rung up Vasquez on that pitch right there.
A smile on his face as he backs off. Vasquez, the left fielder, down 1-2. Swing and a miss. He got him to go. I already took us to break, so we'll say what I just said. It's 3-1 Tigers. They look really darn good. Back here, top of the 6th, Deshaun Williams, Davion Williams, and Adrian Epps. The 3 due up. It is still Kamari Thomas on the mound. Stats and information came back over the break with a little more help. So in the grassroots / minor league level here, doesn't matter. They can change, do whatever they want. They can figure it out. There's no real rule book for it. At the major league level, you've got to finish the game with what you started in as an umpire, unless you get blood on it or there's some form of medical emergency. Swing and a miss, and Thomas with maybe his best at-bat on the mound today as he takes down Deshaun Williams, the right fielder.
Okay, question for you, though.
Go
this
ahead.
might be more of a question for stats and research. So
Okay. I'm looking right at him.
what happens if a game gets suspended and moved to a different day? Are you allowed to change the color then?
Probably so. I feel like that's enough of a...
We're getting a bunch of nodding heads over here, so.
I'm going to say you can change it. This is Davion Williams. He is 1 for 2 today. Last time up in the third, he flew one out to right field. That was actually the last at-bat we got before the weather delay. He swings and got a piece of it. And we go to 1-1.
And the big thing is, the reason why he's been so effective, Thomas has been, it's been the pitch sequencing. The way he's mixed up his pitches is the area he throws a changeup. We haven't seen that pitch a whole lot often today. He's been mainly fastball, curveball heavy, which, I mean, rightfully so. Those pitches have been incredible for him today. But when you mix up those pitches so well, you get everyone off their rhythm. And once you get people off their rhythm, that's exactly how you get those outs.
Both guys have been almost perfect since this game restarted, and right as the announcer says that, it's lined into center field for a base hit for Davion Williams, who stands on first with one away.
See, right there, he wasn't thrown off his rhythm. He was sitting fastball the entire way, and he punched it nicely into center field. And here we got the courtesy runner coming back out again.
It's a good at-bat from Williams, and the catcher will take a seat, get his equipment back on, and Ace Royster will courtesy run for the second consecutive, I guess, half of the game. He pinch ran for Williams when he doubled in the second, and now after the weather delay, he pinch runs again. It's chopped back by Adrian Epps, the left fielder, 0 for 2 today. Swinging bunt in the second that landed in the glove of the pitcher. He was tossed out. And then in the fourth, Epps brought us pretty much back into reality again and flew out to center field. He lines this one to the shortstop. They're going to have a chance to turn two. They got him. Some defense on display this afternoon and now this evening. 3-1 still. The Tigers, as this game keeps going, they get happier and happier. First pitch thrown in, and still Darnell Camp on the mound. It's worked out pretty well. This is Jonah Weathers, the third baseman. Showed bunt on the first one and swings and misses on the second offering. It's Weathers at 9, and then Essex and Thomas as we go back to the top. That one's outside. It's 2-1.
Yeah, and right here, this is a big spot in the 6th inning. A quick inning after a quick inning offensively. Get some momentum, see if you can try to get another run or two in the top half of the 7th inning. If not, you get to go back victorious.
And with this flipping over to the top lineup, it's starting to feel like now or never for the Chi Sox.
Yeah, I think it's because we haven't seen that production really out of the top of the lineup that we were seeing earlier in the game. I mean, you look at the second time through the order, And from the 1 through 5 spots here, in the second time through, they want to combine 1 for 5. I mean, it was just the Essex double since the return of the game. Ever since then, this White Sox team has been 0 for.
And the 3-2 is inside for ball number 4. It's the first base runner since Ezra Essex's double in the 3rd inning. And the leadoff man in the 6th, Jonah Weathers, gets on. That ends a run of 7 straight retired, and 9 of the last 10 since we restarted for Darnell Kemp, who gets right back to work with a good pitch in for strike number 1.
Yeah, and this is a spot here for Essex, which he's going to have to attack early at the dish. You can't get in these late count situations with Kemp whatsoever.
Ezra Essex, 2 for 2 today. Single and a score in the first, the only run so far for Chicago. And a double in the 3rd. It's the only hit that Kemp has allowed since the restart. Essex has the only 2 hits that Kemp has allowed all day. The lefty works from the third base side and misses up and away, make it a 1-2 count. Hard towards the second baseman, a chance to turn 2 for Detroit. They probably won't get the runner. It bounces wide off the White Sox dugout, and that will hold Essex on a fielder's choice, and they get the lead runner, Jonah Weathers, at second. Pretty good play on the defensive side nonetheless for Detroit. Yeah,
and I love the smoothness there of Gregory coming around that bag, steps on it on the slide step, and then he tries to make a jumping throw over the sliding Weathers. That's where that kind of cost him there, because he was trying to do too much and over that baseball. But good news for him, though, it didn't go in the dugout, bounced off the screen in front of it.
This is the pitcher, Kamari Thomas. 0-1 to him. 1 out. In the bottom of the 6th, the runner goes, and Essex was halfway to second before the foul ball will tug him all the way back to first.
And this is a big spot here for this White Sox team. Tying run at the plate right now.
Thomas 0 for 2 today. Ricky Collazo, who's on deck, represents the go-ahead run at the moment, is 0 for 2 today. And in the hole is Savion Flowers, the 4-hitter, who's also 0 for 2 today. And down goes Kamari Thomas with a strikeout swinging. There's 2 away in the 6th. He's 0 for 3. And they often talk about how the heart of the lineup is your bread and butter as a team. If they're having success, you're going to have success. Well, 2, 3, 4, 5 are a combined 0 for 8.
Yeah, that's not going to get the job done. It's really not. There's just too many quick at-bats, but also they've gotten into now a combination of either a really quick at-bat where they're swinging too early and they're swinging too often, or B, they're getting too deep into account, so Kemp established the zone he wants to, and he's making quick work of him.
1-0 to the catcher, Collazo. Almost a good frame job behind the plate by Davion Williams, but it's 2-0. We talked about that, though, at the beginning of this broadcast, 4 or 5 million hours ago. The difference between this year's iteration of Sox Ace and the last 2 years, they don't have the bats. Did they get them out? No, they didn't. That was close, though. So that is the big difference between a team that was dominant last year in this regional, dominant the year before that in this regional, and this year has seemingly taken a step back to a field that, in fairness, has taken a step up to them.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about this all weekend. It's a much more balanced pool, and it's a much more balanced bracket, which I personally think is great. Because, I mean, look, we've only had 2 run rule games all weekend, at least on our broadcast and our side of things on our parts of the bracket. I think that's great for the tournament. I think it also shows how strong this region is going to be set for the future. That if the competition is this strong early on in both the 15 and 18U pools, then they're doing something right.
And it shows the overall growth of each of these programs, which is what RBI is about. It's about developing the people, but also in a lot of ways developing the players as well, trying to get them off to college, get them up a level. When you've got more competitive games, that's better. That's a 5-pitch walk to Ricky Collazo. And Essex will move his way on to second into scoring position. The tying run, Collazo, goes to first, and I'm sure they will pinch run for him. And here comes the courtesy runner out now for Chicago. That is Kavari Thunderbird out of Kenwood High School. He is committed to Eastern Kentucky University. He's a pitcher. He's really good.
Yeah, we saw him on that opening night game. He got the ball to start this tournament as the road team against the home side Chicago Cubs Nike RBI team. He was absolutely sensational. He gave up just 1 earned run across 6 2/3 innings. He at the time only left the door open for 1 possible out. Instead, the game went to extras. Each team traded a run in extras, so they finished 2-2 through 9 innings of play. He's a very good pitcher, though. He's got a lot of speed. Watching him when he's playing in high school at Kenwood, he was such an elusive base runner. He was great on the mound. He's really the essential two-way player that you wanted when he was in high school, but now that he's focused on pitching, he's been absolutely amazing.
Good guy to call upon for a pinch running opportunity. Essex has speed at second. Thunderbird can fly from first, and Savion Flowers needs to get a hit. He's 0 for 2 today. The right fielder has pull power as a lefty to the part of the diamond you want to put it. If he can find a gap over there, both could very easily score and tie this game up with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. That one is in there for strike number 1. That's a really good pitch for Darnell Kemp after the first mound meeting of the day for Detroit.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what the response you wanted. You wanted him to come back, throw those strikes, get ahead of these counts and get ahead of these hitters. We haven't seen that yet so far where he's consistently fallen behind. He's not going to be out in front or he's getting early count outs.
Swing and a miss from Flowers. It's 0-2.
He's gone 2 curveballs here, Kemp has. If I'm the hitter, Flowers, I am sitting fastball here. I don't think he goes 3 in a row personally. I'm sitting fastball if I'm the hitter.
0-2, 2 away with 2 on, and Flowers calls time to think about it. Kemp has been masterful before and after the break. Sox are a swing of the bat away from tying it. Can the Tigers hold them one more time in the bottom of the 6th? Swing and a miss. It's Darnell's day. Kemp gets another one. He adds another K to his tally, and we are through 6. 3-1 Detroit. They are moments away from winning on this one. Still Kamari Thomas out there for the Chicago White Sox ace team. They're down 2 runs. It's the top of the 7th, and who else would lead us off in this potentially final frame of the 1 o'clock game but Darnell Kemp. It's 9-1-2. It's Kemp, Gregory, and Keith Smith Jr. to round it out. And the first pitch from Thomas in there for a strike. He's been pretty good. He's actually, I would wager, been very good. He's just struggled to find any run support from his offense. As Kemp chops one foul, I could say down the first baseline, but it didn't really get anywhere.
This is the guy you were looking for and the performance you were looking for. If you're this White Sox team and this White Sox program, coming out of that rain delay, you knew you were going to have to get a couple of long innings out of a guy.
As Kemp chops one to the second baseman, it's picked up by Clements. It's a tough throw, it's thrown away, and Darnell will wisely not turn for 2. He'll stand on first with what I would say is a single. Would you call that an E4? I'll go with you.
I'm trying to see if I can see what the screen's saying there.
Error.
Error?
E4.
Error.
I'll live with you. Official scorer said what, Kevin?
They said error.
Little field trip for Mr. Malater. And they go E4. Kemp will get courtesy run 4. I believe that is Ace Royster again. And now back to the top of the lineup with E.J. Gregory. Insurance matters here for Detroit. If you're Chicago, you're trying to keep this game at 3-1 and just hope you can push the right buttons on the offensive end in the bottom half of this inning.
You're exactly right. This is now a focus test for this White Sox defense. They haven't had a whole lot of base runners on since this lightning delay.
As Gregory lays a bunt down the first base line, it's fielded by the pitcher and well done on the bare hand from Thomas. Gregory does his job and moves Royster, the pinch runner, on to second. One out for Keith Smith Jr. at the plate.
That's exactly what you wanted. If you're Thomas, that is exactly what you wanted. You needed that out right there. Now, granted, you have the runner in scoring position, but now you can just focus on playing pitch and catch. You're not worried too much about strategy now because you're just trying to get that double. You weren't trying to get the double play ball anymore because you don't have that double play ball. Where sometimes pitchers overthink and say, I got to get this ground ball right here. I got to get this pitch low in the strike zone. That strategy of always attacking but always trying to win those battles and get out of innings quicker can get you. And it can get to your focus and it can get to your effectiveness as a pitcher. He doesn't have to worry about that as much now.
That one's lined, left field line. If it's fair, it's far, and it is. Already turning to come home is the pinch runner Royster. He's going to walk in. Insurance for Detroit. It wasn't Royster. It's Deshaun Williams who slides in and stands along, and that is a massive, massive hit. A double on an RBI for Keith Smith Jr. He's got to run himself, and now he's driven in one. It's 4-1 Tigers.
How about that? Fastball over the heart of the plate. Thomas has not made any mistakes today. His first mistake is going to cost him a run in the top of the 7th inning. Just got too much of the plate, that fastball did. And Smith Jr. got the hands around on it and pulled it and drived it. And that was one heck of a swing.
And let's see if Jordan Jones can keep the train rolling. Detroit 0 for 2. A heartbreaking loss to Cleveland. A gut-wrenching performance against Chicago, and Jones puts one into the same exact spot. Here comes Keith Smith. It's the same result, an RBI double for Detroit. And another run crosses in the 7th.
Well, for Thomas, same pitch, same result. And it ultimately means that it's a 2-run 7th inning, a crooked number for this Tigers Nike RBI program. Just once again, Jones got his hands on it. These Tigers hitters are early on him.
That one's inside. The runner went. Jones trying to get to 3. He's safe. The third baseman, Jordan Jones, gets into third.
And you can feel just this entire momentum and evening shifting in the Tigers' favor.
Thomas works quickly and throws a strike to Sullivan. Started 0 for 2, but reached on a walk. Last time up, swings at that one. That one gets through. Did the batter's bat get a piece of it? They called a strike. I believe the umpire said that was a fair ball play in terms of, well, hey, you can go ahead and run if you want to. It bounced off the backstop in a healthy spot, though, for the catcher, Collazo, and Jones stays glued to third base. 1-2. Left side of the infield playing in. Smack to the opposite field. It's way back and having to track its way through his Flowers. He collects and the runner tags. And coming in, all sorts of daylight for Jordan Jones. A sacrifice fly for Nathan Sullivan. And it's the highest scoring inning of the night for Detroit, 6-1.
Unselfish baseball there by Sullivan. He wasn't trying to be the hero. Once he got to a 2-strike count, he choked up on his pink bat and drove it out into the outfield. Got underneath it, but got enough of it to where he could score that run. An unselfish play right there by the DH today for Detroit. And that's what you love to see as a coach.
Swung on and hit high. We've got 2 outs in the inning. This will be playable for Barboza, the shortstop, in shallow left center. That's the 3rd out of the inning. Chicago's going to have one more chance. They're down 5. It's a 6-1 game. White Sox need some production. It's Angel Castro, Joey Barboza, and Torrey Cheney due up 5, 6, 7 on WCSN. Welcome back. Bottom of the 7th. Detroit is 3 outs away. Darnell Kemp's going to be given the chance to finish it off in the back half of this potentially final inning. Angel Castro, the first baseman, digs in, and it's a ball upstairs. Kemp through 6 innings, 6 strikeouts. It's been 12 batters since he's allowed a hit, and he's only allowed 2 guys to get a knockoff of him in the 22 batters he has faced today. It's a 1-1 count to Castro. That one's up and out for ball 2. We talked about it a little bit before we went to the weather delay. The White Sox had 2 away games in the last 2 days. They were the only team to not get a home game, as Castro fouls one straight back to even it up at 2 apiece. So Detroit, upon learning this information, was kind enough to forego the coin toss and give the White Sox home field advantage, and now Chicago bats with a chance to win the game. They need 6 runs to do it, but Detroit has allowed this to happen. They've been okay with this, and we'll see. Maybe it comes back to bite them. Good sportsmanship should still be recognized by the Tigers.
Yeah, credit to them. I mean, I think many teams in this tournament, you gave them the option of just saying, hey, this is happening to this one team, would you willing to do it? I don't know how many teams would agree to do that.
As Darnell Kemp strikes out Castro, he's got 7 on the day. He struck out the last 2 he's faced in 3 of the last 4. I'm going to put you on the moral high ground. Would you have done it?
Yeah.
You would have allowed them to bat last?
Well, it depends.
I don't know if I would have, personally.
It just depends on how many home games we have had. If coming in, everyone knows you're supposed to have a certain amount of home games in this tournament.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you're in the pool play perspective, especially if you're in a team like Detroit, now it's a must-win game. But at the same time, you're also trying to, as a coach, form good young men and young women. And so by doing this, it says, hey, we respect the rules, we respect the game.
That one's a pop fly to the second baseman, and Cheney's underneath it. Detroit and Kemp are 1 out away from their first win of this tournament.
It comes down to Cheney again. Cheney, who hasn't had the best day at the plate, but he's going to try to spark a rally here, and Kemp's just trying to finish this game off and just go full complete game shutout mode.
Perfect pitch from Darnell Kemp. He's 2 strikes away. 7 strikeouts. That one's inside. He's allowed 2 hits. He's allowed nobody to get a knockoff of him in the last 14 batters. That one's chopped slowly down the third base line, and they run into each other. Kemp wanted it so bad he charged into Jordan Jones. And via a miscommunication in the infield, the White Sox have life with Torrey Cheney on first base.
So they gave it an error. I'm really trying to figure out who they gave the error to, though.
Whose ball is that?
That's the third baseman's ball.
So then I say it's an error on the pitcher for charging into an area where the third baseman has claim. Right?
Yeah, I agree with that. That's a fair statement.
Solid logic. You love to see it. This is Moises Vasquez, left fielder. No substitutions, no pinch hitters from the White Sox so far. Thought they might try and push the right buttons. That one gets away from the catcher's glove, and Williams kept it close enough to keep Torrey Cheney where he stands on first. Did you expect that? I fully thought the White Sox were going to try and go out there and maybe pick a spot to bring a new face into the game.
I really didn't expect that whatsoever, no.
Really?
No.
They've struggled to get at-bats. They've struggled to get hits all day.
I mean, this is a team that's so confident with their lineup that if you're confident with the guys you're going with, then why would you change things up?
When you put it that way, it makes a lot of sense. But if you're confident in guys, and this is not me trying to critique their ability in some ways, it's just simply looking at the facts. You're confident in guys that have not scored a run since the first inning, have got 2 hits all game. I think that's kind of, I don't know, I'd say crazy?
Yeah, that's a fair point, too. But if you're a coach and you're truly confident in your guys, you're going to go with them through thick and thin. Plain and simple.
Heartfelt response from Cavan. 3-1 count. 2 outs and a runner on first to Vasquez. Keeps the bat on the shoulder and earns a free base. So an error from Kemp himself, and then a walk immediately after that has put 2 on for Jonah Weathers, the 9 batter, and then Essex is on deck. If Weathers can find a way to get on, Essex has been the one guy to have a ton of success today.
Yes, he has, and they're going to go with me on the mound. Oh, please, I want to see Darnell Kemp finish this ball game. Let him finish this. Unless he's at his pitch count at this point, let him finish it.
Kemp walked away from the rubber, put his head up to the sky and said, "Oh, please don't." We haven't seen the ball make any sort of transition yet. Just seems like a conversation. The whole infield is there. Detroit with still plenty of breathing room. And there's some discussion on what part of the rubber perhaps to start from. Vasquez is on first, and Cheney's on second, and Weathers, the third baseman, is a representation of a chance for the White Sox to build some momentum in this two-out rally that they have started. He is crowding the plate. And Cheney has got a healthy lead at second. Kemp has changed his spot on the rubber, and he throws the first pitch low and away. No, that looked pretty down there, and it's strike number one. So maybe it's worked here for Kemp.
I was with you. I thought that ball was going to be down too. Look down from our angle here.
The 0-1 is popped into the outfield. Underneath it is Keith Smith Jr. A complete game for Darnell Kemp. Gives the Tigers a win, and they score 6 runs on top of that. A 3-run top of the 7th, all important for Detroit. They get their first win of the 2023 edition of this regional in Chicago.
So that rain delay, or lightning delay, I should say, really helped that Detroit team. They reset despite being the winning team going into that delay. All the momentum was with that White Sox team because of how they played defensively in the last couple innings going into that delay. They come out of it, fresh mind. They're very positive and excited to get back to playing baseball, and it showed by the score.
6-1 your final, and it is simply all about Darnell Kemp. 7 innings, complete full, 7 strikeouts. Lost a little bit of the luster towards the end, but still, he got it done when it mattered most. And for Detroit, they get a win. They still are towards the bottom of the table, but perhaps the biggest winner of this game, the Minnesota Twins. They stay locked in second place, and they have a chance to potentially remain in the driver's seat, at least through this next game between the Cubs and the Guardians, who can both overtake them if the right result comes that way. The Twins will be very happy. The Sox have some work to do, and the Tigers are still in the hunt. Any final thoughts from you, Kevin, before we say goodbye and get ready for our next one?
Shout out Darnell King. What a performance that was. That was a pitching beauty from him, especially towards the second half of that game. The way he changed his sequence and decided to establish the zone with his curveball rather than his fastball or his changeup is something that really impressed me because of how well he executed it. Hats off to him. What a performance that was.
King Kemp controls game number 3 on our storyboard today. We have 1, maybe 2 more on tap for you the rest of this way. We'll see what's up next after this one is done. The final score is 6-1 between the Tigers, who win, and the White Sox, who fall. On WCSN for Kevin Malater, Ryan Sikora.